Good afternoon, everyone. I'm your host, Ryan Gage. Welcome to today's baseball doubleheader as your Franklin Grizzlies host the DePauw Tigers. A non-conference matchup today following both teams' conference matchups on Saturday, where Franklin went down to Transylvania and dropped 2 on the road and fell to 7-11 in the HCAC play. DePauw split their doubleheader versus Kenyon College and moved to 9-3 in the NCAC conference and comfortably into third place. So let's meet today's starting lineups. First, the batting order for DePauw. Leading off, the left fielder, Luis Florida. Batting second, the second baseman, Cam Macon. Batting third, the third baseman, Grady Johnson. Batting fourth, the right fielder, Danny Glimko. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 24, Carter Knoll. Batting sixth, the catcher, Hunter Herbeck. Batting seventh, the center fielder, Aiden Howard. Batting eighth, the DH, Tyler Sucher. And cleaning up the order, number 9, the 9-hole shortstop, Max Bond. And now for the Grizzlies defensively, starting on the mound, is the sophomore Maddox Maines. Behind the dish, the senior Adam Taylor. At first base, Andrew Wallace. At shortstop, another senior, Colby Reed. At shortstop, senior AJ Sanders. And at third, Dylan Redmond. The outfield lines up with 2 seniors in Tyson Lipscomb and Sean Sullivan. And in right field is Garrett DeHart. Maddox Maines on the mound, making his second start of the season. Has 10 appearances, an inflated 13 ERA in just 11 innings. It's been a rough year so far for Maines. We'll see if he can get back on track on the mound today with the start here versus the Tigers.
Leading off, the left fielder, number 42, Luis Florida.
So leading off for the Tigers, Luis Florida. Batting .289 on the season, has 5 homers and 5 doubles. Big speed threat as well, stolen 8 bags this year. And Maines gets it started with strike 1 down the outside half. And a ball inside, 1-1 to the left fielder, Florida. And a good breaking ball drops in there for strike 2. Florida thought about pulling the trigger, swinging the bat, but held back, takes it for strike 2. And another one doesn't quite drop in there for Maine, so 2-2 now. Three straight breaking balls from Maines. Can't get the call from the home plate umpire, so count moves to full. So the payoff pitch from Maines swung on, grounded over the first baseman. Wallace makes the grab and hustles over the bag for the first out.
Second baseman, number 3, Cam Macon.
Maines relying on that big curveball to start off. Luis Florida got 4 straight after getting them to 2 strikes, and then gets them to roll over on the ground ball. And that brings in the second baseman, Cam Macon. And another curveball starts him off for strike 1. Macon, the second baseman, batting .275, has 6 doubles on the season, just 1 homer. And back-to-back curveballs from Maines, and it's the 0-2 now. The 0-2 pitch fouled off right side. And that fastball outside gets Macon to chase out the zone, but staying alive. Good contact there from Macon. Fouls it off. Stays 0-2. That one too far outside. 1-2 now. 1-2 curveball, strike 3 looking. Maines finds the backdoor curveball and gets his first strikeout of the afternoon, and out 2 here in the top of the first. Now Grady Johnson steps in, a third baseman, batting .403 this season. High average with a .908 OPS. Not a lot of power, just 1 homer and 5 doubles, but a high batting average as he sends that one into right center field. Back on it is Sullivan, who makes the grab on the run, and that's out number 3 here in the top of the first. The Tigers go down in order without any hits, and the Grizzlies will hit in the bottom of the first here in a moment.
Leading off the shortstop, number 2, A.J. Sanders.
So it's the Grizzlies' turn on offense here as the shortstop A.J. Sanders steps in the box to lead off for the Grizzlies. Starting on the mound for DePauw today, it's number 14, Matt Ritter, the freshman out of Avon, making his third start of the season. Just 6 innings pitched, so it seems that he's like more of an opener type of pitcher, so we'll see if it's a big bullpen game for DePauw. And he starts off strike 1 on the inside half to Sanders. So 2-1 to the shortstop Sanders. Sanders batting .336 so far this year with 10 doubles, just 1 homer, and has good speed on the base pass, 7 stolen bases so far this season, and it's ahead 3-1 now. Now 3-1, low and away, so 5-pitch walk for Sanders, and it's the first base runner of the afternoon for the Grizzlies.
Center fielder number 27, Sean Sullivan.
So now the center fielder Sean Sullivan steps in. Sean Sullivan returns second game back from an injury where he missed a few weeks for the Grizzlies. And it's a big return for the Grizzly offense as they get their leader in home runs, OPS, and slugging back in the lineup. Has 8 homers on the season. So Sanders on first. That one skips away off the mask of the catcher, Herbeck, in a wild pitch. Advances Sanders 90 feet over to second base, and a runner in scoring position for Sean Sullivan. And then Sullivan takes the 1-0 high in the air to left field. Underneath it is Florida, and he makes the grab for out number 1. Sullivan just got underneath that one.
Left fielder number 4, Tyson Lipscomb.
And flew it out for a routine flyout for Florida, and that brings in Tyson Lipscomb, the 5th-year senior, playing left field today, batting .409 with a 1232 OPS. Has 14 doubles and 7 homers on the season, and yesterday he just broke the school RBI record for a career with RBI number 176 for the Grizzlies. Ritter fires in strike 1. 1-1 to the left fielder Lipscomb. And that one shot back up the middle. The shift was on. Short hops in front of the second shortstop, Max Bond, and Bond fires over to first and gets the out. Sanders advances on the throw. So runner on third for Garrett DeHart. DeHart takes strike 1 on the outside half. DeHart batting .354 on the season. 8 doubles, 2 homers. Had 3 hits in the doubleheader versus Transylvania yesterday. And then shoots that one down the right field line. That gets past the first baseman, and that will score the first run of the game. And DeHart rounding first, and gets into second safely for an RBI double with 2 outs.
First baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace.
DePauw was playing more of a shift that time too. First baseman Noel shifted too far to the left, couldn't get to that hard ground ball. Shot the other way from DeHart, and DeHart knocks in the first run in today's contest. So now Andrew Wallace, the first baseman, in the box now. Big power bat from the left side, and he swings and hits one high in the air. That one not gonna get enough on it, and that is a fly ball. Easy grab for the right fielder Glimko, and that is out number 3. So the Grizzlies score 1 on a hit and a walk, and they take a 1-0 lead for Max Mains into the top of the second. top of the second, where the right fielder and cleanup hitter Danny Glimko will lead off for DePauw. Glimko second on the team in home runs with 4, and takes ball 1 inside on the curveball from Maines. A fastball outside, 2-0 now. Maines using that curveball often and early in these counts, trying to pick up some strikes from the DePauw hitters. And that one is fouled off, out of play, 2-1. That one high and outside, 3-1 now. Glimko trying to get the first base runner for DePauw. And that's outside, ball 4, so a leadoff walk to start the top of the second. And now Carter Knoll, the first baseman.
First baseman number 24, Carter Knoll.
In the box now. Left-hander batting .291 with 5 doubles, 1 homer on the season. And Maines drops in the curveball for strike 1. Check on the runner at first. Back in safely is Glimko. It's 1-1. Knoll. Maines fires and just missed the outside corner, ball 2. And Knoll turns on one and hits it high in the air right field. That one stays in the ballpark. DeHart makes the grab on the warning track. Knoll got just about everything he could on that one and couldn't come up with the hit. So now 1 out with runner on first for Hunter Herbeck. And swinging at the first pitch is Herbeck, and that's blooped into shallow left center field, and it gets down for a hit. Nobody can get there in the outfield, so a 1-out knock moves the runner to second. And so 2 on for the center fielder Aiden Howard. Aiden Howard, just 14 games played, has a .303 average in those games, and the curveball runs inside and drills him, and that loads the bases with 1 out for DePauw.
Designated hitter number 8, Tyler Suker.
So now the DH, Tyler Suker, with the bases loaded, trying to get run back in more potentially for the Tigers after they surrendered the first run in the bottom of the first on the DeHart single. Maines tries to drop a curveball in, left it too high, ball 1. The fastball runs inside. Quickly behind the count is Maines, 2-0. Outside corner for strike 1. Good pitch from Maines. Suker trying to come up with an RBI knock with 1 out. Bases loaded. And takes the curveball for strike 2. 2-2. So 2-2 from Maines. Curveball. No call given on the inside corner. So full count. Bases loaded. for Tyler Suker. Maines delivers a payoff pitch. Swung on and fouled off on the curveball, out of play. Will stay 3-2. So the payoff pitch again from Maines. And ball 4 high in the zone. Maines walks in. The first run of the day for the Tigers, and we're tied back up at 1. So now the 9-hole, the shortstop Max Bond. Batting .230, the lowest average in the starting lineup. Trying to come up with a big 1-out hit for the Tigers and put them on top here in the top of the second. And the fastball over the head of the batter, and Taylor can't make the grab, so a wild pitch off the glove of Taylor, and another run will score for the Tigers. Runners on second and third, and 1 out for Max Bond. So Maines down in the count, 2-0 to the 9 spot. A fastball outside, ball 3. First base is open now for the Grizzlies. So a walk won't score another run. Be the third walk this inning for Maines, but trying to come back here. 3-0 pitch, high, out of the zone. Third walk of the inning, and his bases are loaded again with 1 out. And out comes assistant coach Jake Sprinkle, talking over with Maines. Some action in the bullpen. Will Butts up and throwing. So we'll step aside for a moment during this mound meeting while the Grizzlies get the arm loose in the bullpen. So mound meeting over. Maines with the bases loaded again. And the leadoff hitter, Luis Florida, swings and misses at the curveball. Big hack from the left fielder, trying to extend this lead now for DePauw. And then another curveball drops in for strike 2. 0-2 now. Maines could really use a strikeout here in this situation with the bases loaded. And that fastball runs outside, ball 1. Both teams played a doubleheader yesterday, so we'll see how deep the bullpens are for both teams as they navigate this lengthy season. Just quick to coming to an end, and a foul ball there stays 1-2. Just 4 more conference games for the Grizzlies coming up with Bluffton and Anderson. They have a midweek contest versus Webster here at home as well this week. And another curveball fouled off from Florida, stays 1-2. Another 1-2 pitch fouled off by Florida, so staying alive with 2 strikes, trying to poke one into the outfield and score a run. Potentially 2 if he finds the right spot with the bases loaded. Maines trying to get the important strikeout or a ground ball. That one in the dirt, blocked by Taylor, 2-2. So 2-2 curveball again for Maines. Outside, count is full now. Florida battling, gets the count back in his favor, 3-2. Maines trying to avoid his fourth walk of the inning. And swing and a miss, foul tip. It is into the glove of Taylor. And a strikeout for Maddox Maines with the bases loaded. Second strikeout of the afternoon for Maines. And none bigger than that one with the bases loaded. Trying to keep the score where it is. Cam Macon takes ball one in the dirt. Macon struck out his first time up. Took a backdoor curveball for strike 3. And a fastball on the outside corner, strike 1. One inside and drills him. Second hit by pitch this inning for Maines, and that will score another run. 3 runs in the top of the second for the Tigers. And then out comes Coach Marshall from the dugout. That'll be the afternoon for Maines. So it's going to be a long bullpen day for the Grizzlies. And as it comes in, Will Butts from the bullpen will step aside as he warms up. So in the game now, Will Butts making his 9th appearance of the season. 10 innings pitched, the 9.58 ERA, a little inflated with that. 9 strikeouts, just 2 walks on the season. And he comes in a big spot with a 3-hole hitter up and the bases loaded with 2 outs. That starts with a backdoor off speed for strike 1. And then Johnson hits one high in the air to left field. In on it is Lipscomb, and he makes the grab for out number 3. Lipscomb didn't realize there was 2 outs, decided to chuck that ball back in, hold the run where it was, but that is the 3rd out. So the Grizzlies limit the damage to 3 as Will Butts comes in and gets the final out, and the Grizzlies be back on offense. The leadoff hitter Redmond due up.
Number 9, Dylan Redmond.
Redmond, Willman, and Taylor due up here in the bottom of the second for the Grizzlies. And Ritter back up on the bump for the second inning. Gave up one run in the first. Redmond getting off the Grizzlies, trying to get on base. Been doing so well this season, getting on base with a .503 on base percentage, thanks to his 25 hit by pitches this season. That one skips in the dirt. So 2-0 to third baseman today, Dylan Redmond. The 2-0 from Ritter finds the back door for strike one. One outside. So well ahead. The count is Redmond 3-1. Trying to give the DH Luke Willman runner on base. Ritter turns and fires in there, ball four, so a leadoff walk for the Grizzlies. The
Designated hitter number 29,
second
Luke
walk
Willman.
given up by Ritter. And now Luke Willman in the box, the sophomore. Batting .246 so far this season. Just making his 22nd start. Has 2 doubles, 2 homers on the year. And no better time for a homer here. Tie this back up at 3 for Luke Willman. Wind is picking up today. Blowing out towards left field and takes Ritter, fires in strike one. Another fastball on the outside half from Ritter gets Willman 0-2. Pick off over to first, checks on Redmond, back in time. Redmond can go over there, has some okay speed, has 3 stolen bases on 3 attempts this year. That one outside, ball 1. Redmond takes off this time. Throw gets away from the second baseman, and throw into center field. We'll see Redmond take second in the throwing error from the catcher. Herbeck moves him to third, so runner on third, no outs for Luke Willman. So 2-2 to the DH, trying to knock in a run from third. Fouls it off. Stays where it is. Grizzlies bottom of the lineup, trying to produce some runs early in this one. And swing and a miss, strike 3 on the off speed. Down and away. First strikeout of the afternoon for Matt Ritter.
25, Adam Taylor.
I'll see Adam Taylor come into the box now, the catcher. Batting just .242 on the season, has a pair of homers. Trying to pick up an RBI here with Redmond at third. 1-0 pitch clips the outside corner, 1-1. Taken in the dirt. Check swing from Taylor. No appeal. So 2-1. So 2-1 to the catcher Taylor and drills him in the back. Fastball runs inside and Taylor gets a free base, and so runners on the corners for Colby Reed. That will bring out assistant coach for the Tigers to talk it over with Ritter, with runners on the corners and the 9th spot. Colby Reed up, so we'll step aside for just a moment. So Colby Reed starting at second today and hitting the 9th spot up the bat with runners on the corners. And Taylor thought about taking second, decides against it, stays back, so it's 1-0 to Colby Reed. Reed in the doubleheader yesterday was just 1 for 6, but did have a homer with that one hit in game 1 versus Transylvania, so trying to go yard in back-to-back days potentially, especially here on senior day for the senior. That one in the outside at half. Strike 1. Pickoff over to first, back in time is Taylor. And then Reed takes one off the back of the head on the off speed, so the bases are now loaded. And the top of the order is up for the Grizzlies with just 1 out.
AJ Sanders.
Back-to-back hit by pitches from the starter, Matt Ritter. And the bases are full. The top of the order up. Now some action going on in the DePauw bullpen. Looks like number 16, Johnny Curry, getting up in the bullpen. And now Sanders starts off 0-1. The 0-1 half swing and down the first baseline, but goes foul. 0-2. So Sanders with 2 strikes early in the count. Ritter trying to get out of this bases loaded jam, still just 1 out. That fastball up in the zone, ball 1. And Sanders turns on one and hits a rocket into left field. 1 run will score Around second is Taylor. He's in without a throw. A 2 RBI single for A.J. Sanders ties us back up at 3.
Center fielder number 27, Sean Sullivan.
Sanders turned on that off speed, pulled it into left field, and drove in 2 runs to add to his RBI totals on the season. RBI number 33 and 34 for Sanders, and gets himself a hit here on senior day and ties us back up. And then Sullivan will sky one into center field. That one going back at the wall and gone! First pitch for Sullivan is gone, and the Grizzlies score 5 here now in the bottom of the second. A 3-run blast, the 9th of the year for Sean Sullivan. Sullivan's 9th homer of the year comes at a huge spot for the Grizzlies
Fielder number 4, Tyson Lipscomb.
as they jump on top 6-3 here in the bottom of the second. A huge blast on senior day for Sean Sullivan, as Sean creeps just a little bit closer to the all-time home run record here at Franklin. Just a few more away. Handful of games to play. We'll see if he can close that one down. Tyson Lipscomb now in the box. Quickly ahead 2-0 and a fastball inside 2-1. One skips in the dirt. Ball 3. So 3-1 to Lipscomb. Inside, ball 4. So the inning still going on for the Grizzlies as the second walk of the inning, third of the day for Ritter, and looks like that'll do it for Matt Ritter. And this one gives up 6 runs in just 1 1/3 innings. Grizzly offense get to him early on 3 hits, 3 walks. That will bring in the reliever Johnny Curry from the bullpen. We'll step aside for just a moment. So now pitching for the Tigers is a sophomore from Park Tudor, Johnny Curry. Curry just making his 3rd appearance of the season. 2 1/3 innings pitched. Gave up 5 runs in those 2 innings on 2 walks, 1 strikeout. Comes in the game, inherits the runner at first with the middle of the order up for the Grizzlies. Both team starters couldn't get out of the 2nd inning. And then quickly 0-2 to the 4-hole to Hart. Pickoff will attempt over to Lipscomb. Back in safely. And then ball skips in the dirt, gets away from the catcher Herbeck, so free 90 feet for Lipscomb. Puts a runner in scoring position again for Garrett DeHart. DeHart singled down the right, or doubled down the right field line last time for an RBI. Trying to do so again here. Score another run, keep this big inning going for the Grizzlies. A half swing down the first baseline, fielded in the foul territory by the first baseman. And we'll stay 2-2. So 2-2 to the Hart. Another one down the first baseline. This time it's fair ball. Knoll fields it cleanly and steps on first for the out. Lipscomb moves up 90 feet on the play. And runner on third for Andrew Wallace.
First baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace.
So 2 outs, runner on third. Johnny Curry out of the bullpen trying to get out of this without giving up any more runs in the bottom of the 2nd. Starts off Wallace with strike 1. And a swing and a miss on the fastball. Behind that was Wallace 0-2. The 0-2 in the dirt. Stays in front of the catcher Herbeck in for 1-2. So 1-2 to Wallace. Hit in the air into shallow center field. Coming in on it is Howard and makes the grab for out number 3. So the Grizzlies score 5 in the bottom 2nd thanks to the Sean Sullivan 3-run blast. And then Curry comes out of the bullpen and gets the final 2 outs of the inning, holding the Grizzlies at just 5. So it's 6-3 heading into the top of the 3rd. 4, 5, 6 due up in the top of the third for DePauw. Danny Glimko leads off. Walked his first time up and came around to score in that second inning. Little Butts back in after getting the final out of the last inning. Gets a strike on the outside corner. And a cue ball past the pitcher. And it's fielded by the second baseman, Reed, who makes the throw for out number 1. That ball had some crazy spin back towards Will Butts and couldn't field it, but behind him was Colby Reed, makes the play for out 1 here in the top of the third. Hunter Herbeck in the box now. Takes strike 1 from Butts. And that one shot back up the middle. Laying out is Sanders, but can't make the play. So a 1-out single for Hunter Herbeck and his first hit of the afternoon.
Catcher number 28, Hunter Herbeck.
Sorry, that was Carter Knoll in the box. Now it's Hunter Herbeck, so that's Carter Knoll's first hit up the middle. And now Hunter Herbeck in the box for the Tigers with a runner on first. Swings and hits a high fly ball. Stays in the infield. Sanders underneath it and makes the grab for out number 2.
Center fielder number 1, Aiden Howard.
Center fielder Aiden Howard trying to keep the inning going for the Tigers. Howard hit by a pitch his first time up. He swings the first pitch he sees and skies it in the deep center field. Back on it is Sullivan. That short hops the wall and it bounces over for a ground rule double. So a ground rule double. The run will not score from first. We'll have to stay at third. Unfortunate bounce. He would have been there easily with an RBI triple potentially, with Howard rounding second with some good speed there. So just now 2 on in scoring position for the DH, Tyler Suker. Butts fires in the off speed on the outside corner, 1-1. Butts trying to navigate this 2-out jam with runners on second and third. And the DH, Suker, trying to cut into this Franklin lead. And that one is high and outside, so 3-1 for the DH, Suker. Pick off over to second, not in time, but good move there from Will Butts. Forces the reaction from Howard. Just got his hand in there before Reed can apply the tag. Would have been a big pickoff move there with behind the count. Get out of the inning. So 3-1. Swung on and hit high in the air. Shallow center field. Sullivan camps underneath it and makes the grab for out number 3. Will Butts navigates the 2-out jam in the top of the third, and the Grizzlies keep their lead at 6-3. We'll head into the bottom of the third. So just like the second inning, Dylan Redmond leads off the third here, trying to get some more offense from the Grizzlies as the 6, 7, 8 do back up. And take strike one on the off speed from Johnny Curry. And the 0-1 is skied into right field, shallow. Coming over is a second baseman, making it, makes a grab on the run for out number 1.
Designated hitter number 29, Luke Willman. Anybody thought it would be a good idea to take
So now Luke Willman in the box. The DH struck out his first time up.
I'm really excited for that Duke quarterback, Leonard. Yeah, super excited. He's gonna be so good. Is it Luke Leonard?
Wait, where'd he go?
Riley Leonard, the quarterback for Duke, transferred to Notre Dame.
Oh, be a good fit for 1 year.
Yeah, he's a really elusive quarterback.
So 2-0 quickly from Curry to Willman, and that one outside. Called strike on the outside corner. Generous call from the home plate umpire, benefiting Johnny Curry. That one outside as well, no call this time. So 3-1 to the DH Willman. Willman swings and misses at the 3-1 fastball. Behind on that one. 3-2. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. Johnny Curry comes back down 3-1 in the count and strikes out the designated hitter for the second time today. First strikeout for Johnny Curry. And there's 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Now, the catcher Adam Taylor in the box, hit by a pitch his first time up. The senior catcher here on senior day getting start behind the dish. And he swings and fouls it off. 0-2 now. So 0-2. Outside corner looking, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for Johnny Curry. Gets him out the inning. And retires aside on the outside slider. So that Grizzlies go down in order with no hits, no runs. And that will take us to the top of the fourth.
Number 2, Max Bond.
So 9-1-2 up here in the top of the fourth for the Tigers. Shortstop Max Bond steps in. He walked his first time up. Trying to get on base again for this top of the order. Trying to claw back. Down 3 here. And he skies a first pitch off foul to the right side, 0-1. Second pitch is skied right side. This one back on it is Reed. DeHart calls him off and comes in on it, makes the grab for out number 1.
Left fielder, number 42, Luis Florida.
So the lineup will flip over now for the DePauw Tigers as Luis Florida steps in the box. He's 0 for 2 with the strikeout. But starts him off with strike 1 on the inside half.
You guys on Tuesday, you guys on Friday. That's it. And maybe softball is kind of starting.
And the 1-1 shot back up the middle, base hit for Luis Florida. And 1 out single.
Second baseman, number 3, Cam Bacon. Ariana hit a ball yesterday. I'm convinced would have left this park.
Was it like what did it?
So runner on first now. Second baseman Cam Macon in the box. And a ground ball through the left side hole. Back-to-back singles for DePauw, puts 2 on with the 3-hole Grady Johnson in the box.
Number 20, Grady Johnson.
It doesn't matter if it's a ground ball, it's still a hard hit. Yeah.
So the leading batting average and most hits on the Tigers team in the box now with Johnson, and he swings at the first pitch and fouls it off right side.
Like, gotten to a point now with 2 outs and a base loaded, teams will intentionally walk her.
Bishop's got like 13 bombs.
A 0-1 pitch is chopped foul again. Stays 0-2, or now 0-2 for Will Butts, trying to get potentially a double play ball on the ground. So 0-2, swung on, fouled off again. 3 straight down to the first base dugout of the Tigers.
Demko at 19.
That's all we got right now.
He's got 9 this year.
He's like a couple off the red.
And then a fly ball down the left field line. Charging in on it is Lipscomb. He can't make the grab, and he bobbles it out in left field. So round second comes Florida, and he scores on the 1-out double for Grady Johnson. So runners on second and third for Danny Glimko now.
Right fielder, number 27, Danny Blanco.
Bro, she's hitting 483.
Well, that's some like
13 jacks, 14 steal bases, 11 steals.
But starts off Glimko
2 RBIs, so she gets the lead off.
And she has 30 earned.
with ball 1.
I was off left field.
Butts trying to navigate another jam here, like he did last inning. Just 1 out right now though, and then a ball high, 2-0. One swing of the bat here from Glencoe can tie this back up at 6. And he grounds one left side, a foul down the line. So 2-1. Pitch inside, call the ball for Will Butts, 3-1. Has a base open, can't afford to walk Carter Knoll, but rather not. And that one is hit into center field. Sullivan makes the grab, but tagging from third is Macon, and that'll be a sacrifice fly for Danny Glimko, and makes it 6-5.
First baseman number 24, Carter Knoll.
He didn't move off second.
So runner on second, 2 outs for Carter Knoll. Trying to keep the inning going for the DePauw Tigers. They just 1 run back now.
He just said 1-1, but I don't think it is.
0-1 from Butts. Swung on and hit hard through the right side gap. Rounding third is Johnson, and he will score without a throw. And the Tigers score 3 here in the top of the 4th and tie it back up at 6.
Catcher number 28,
Some movement in the Franklin bullpen. Mason Campbell up warming up. And now Hunter Herbeck in the box, trying to keep the inning going.
2 outs.
Butts with 2 outs, trying to stop the bleeding in this half inning.
Losing it today, dude. After this year, I'm gonna touch him.
I hope you don't, because then you don't win.
Yeah.
Make the next big pressure deal.
My arm feels like
Head of the count is Herbeck, 2-1.
I hit yesterday.
Butts trying to get out of the inning. That one is fouled off, out of play.
My elbow,
So 2-2 now.
the whole arm just so sore.
So 2-2 to the catcher, Herbeck. Butts delivers. Curveball, no call on the inside corner. Count moves to 3-2.
When you extend your arm, does it shake?
Full count. Runner on first, 2 outs.
Really?
3 runs have already come across in this top of the 4th. Runner takes off, swung on high in the air. Playable for the catcher, Taylor. Underneath it, makes the grab for out number 3. So the Tigers score 3 in the top of the 4th, and they tie it back up at 6, heading into the bottom of the 5th, bottom of the 4th for the Grizzlies. 9-1-2 due up for the Grizzlies in the bottom of the fourth. Colby Reed starts us off as this one's tied back up at 6 following the 3 runs in the last half inning by DePauw. Johnny Curry still on the mound. Johnny his third inning of work, and Reed hits a rocket over to third base over the head of third baseman Johnson, and that's a leadoff single for Colby Reed as the lineup turns over for A.J. Sanders.
A.J. Sanders.
So Sanders is 1 for 2 with a walk, scored 2 runs, drove into with his RBI single in the second. Chance to get another runner on base with Sean Sullivan in the on-deck circle. Fastball on the outside corner for strike 1 from Curry. Sanders swings and fouls one off the right side. Count moves to 1-2 now. So the 1-2 from Curry. Pickoff attempt over at first, checks on the runner Reed. So the 1-2 now. Swung on back up the middle off the glove of Curry. And Reed didn't understand what happened off the glove of Curry. And then Curry makes the recovery grab and throws Reed out at second. But Sanders reaches safely on the fielder's choice. So runner on first, 1 out for Sean Sullivan. Pick off over on Sanders. Sean Sullivan, his last time up, hit a deep fly ball in the center field for a 3-run homer. His 9th of the season. Trying to give the Grizzlies a lead again here in the bottom of the fourth. Take strike 1 on the outside corner. Sanders with some speed over at first base, takes off, throw almost over the head of Macon, but a stolen base for A.J. Sanders, his 8th stolen base of the season. So now runner on second for Sullivan, 1-1 count with 1 out. RBI opportunity. Nice fly ball into right field. Back on it is Glimko. He's behind it, makes the grab, and tagging from second is Sanders. So Sanders will advance 90 feet. And runner on third for Tyson Lipscomb.
Left fielder number 4, Tyson Lipscomb.
So an RBI opportunity for Tyson Lipscomb, trying to add on to his school record 176 career RBIs. And he swings and misses over the top of strike 1. Curry trying to get out of the inning without giving up a run. Sanders reads the ball in the dirt, but good recovery from Herbeck keeps Sanders from scoring on the wild pitch. So 1-1 to left fielder Lipscomb. And he takes ball 2 outside. Hitters count for Lipscomb, who swings and misses. Foul tip. So foul tip on the 2-0 pitch keeps Sanders at third. So 2-2. Curry trying to get out of his third inning of work without giving up any runs here in the bottom of the fourth. And Lipscomb hits one high in the air to right field. That one will stay in the park on the warning track against the wall. Makes the catch is Glimko, and Lipscomb just about a foot and a half away from a 2-run blast, but Curry gets out of his third inning of work just with 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, no runs yet allowed by the sophomore Johnny Curry, and it keeps us at 6 heading into the top of the 5th. So a new pitcher for the Grizzlies to start the 5th. Mason Campbell in the game now, making his 6th appearance of the season. 5 innings pitched, 3 earned runs, 5 hits on 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. Has a 5.4 ERA with a 1.6 whip coming into today's contest, trying to keep the score where it's at here in the top of the 5th. It starts off the center fielder Howard with ball 1 and the dirt 7-8-9 due up for DePauw. Bottom of the order trying to do some more damage. That one is skied high in the air. Taylor tracking it, and that one's out of play for strike 1. And a pitch finds the outside corner for Campbell, so 1-2 to the left-handed center fielder Aiden Howard. And off speed, can't find the zone. 2-2. Howard 1 for 1 with a single and a hit by pitch today. He grounds one down the first baseline. That stays fair down the right field line. Gets past the outstretched glove of Wallace, and the second, the throw not in time. A leadoff double for Aiden Howard, and a second hit of the game for him, 8th of the day for DePauw, and a leadoff base runner for Tyler Suker. DH Suker is 0 for 1 with a walk. And then a hot shot past the diving glove of Reed. And a single from the D8. Suker drives another run. The Tigers are back on top, 7-6 in the top of the fifth.
Shortstop number 2, Max Bond.
So runner on first, still no outs for the shortstop, Max Bond. And he shows bunt, pulls back. As pitcher's outside for ball 1. And the 1-0 pitch can't find the outside corner, 2-0. That one is ripped through the infield for a single, so 3 straight hits to start the inning for the Tigers, and top of the order now up.
Left fielder number 42, Lewis, Florida.
Luis Florida is 1 for 3 with a strikeout, and the reliever Campbell getting hit around so far. 3 hits to his first 3 batters, throwing strikes. Just getting punished for the locations. And it's 7-6 with no outs and 2 on for the leadoff hitter, Florida. They bunt down the third baseline. That one rolls foul. So 0-1. We'll see if Florida shows bunt again, trying to move the runners over. Charging in is Wallace. And no bunt attempt, and that's ball 1. And Florida hits a line drive up the middle, a base hit, rounding second. The third is Suker, and he is in to score, so the Tigers extend their lead to 8-6 now with an RBI single from Luis Florida.
Second baseman number 3, Cam Bacon.
So 4 straight hits to start the inning. So first and third, nobody out. The second baseman, Cam Macon, in the box. He's 1 for 2 with a strikeout today. Trying to pick up his second RBI of the afternoon. That drops in there for strike 1. Another swing and a miss from Cam Macon. A good off speed from Mason Campbell. Gets the count to 0-2. So 0-2 to Macon. Swung on, and a line drive through the infield. 5 straight hits by the Tigers. Sees another run across the plate, and the second RBI of the afternoon for Cam Macon. And it's 9-6. DePauw Tigers lead. There is an arm up and throwing in the Grizzly bullpen. Sam Peck is getting loose. Now, Coach Marshall will head out, and that will do it for the outing from Mason Campbell. Doesn't get any outs, gives up 5 hits, 3 runs, and that will bring in the senior reliever Sam Peck from the bullpen. We'll step aside for just a moment. So the senior reliever Sam Peck in the game now for the Grizzlies. Inherits 2 runners on, no outs in the top of the 5th, and 3 have already scored for the Tigers this inning. A pickoff move from Peck to check on the runner Florida at second. Grady Johnson in the box. He's 1 for 3 today, driven an RBI, scored a run. Trying to extend this lead some more in this top of the 5th. And that is a high fly ball, shallow left field. Sanders going back on it, makes the grab for out number 1. Long run there from Sanders. Makes the grab. Gets the Grizzlies their first out here in the top of the 5th. So now Danny Glimko in the box. Technically just 1 for 1 today with the walk is Glimko. Also has a sacrifice fly on the game. Trying to pick up his second knock of the afternoon. And takes the slider outside, 0-2. So the 0-2 pitch from the senior Sam Peck on its way. Swung on, ground over to short. Sanders boots it, and it's through the glove of Sanders. Rounding third is Florida, and a E6 on Sanders. Sees another run come across for the Tigers. That was a potential
Baseman number 24,
ground ball double
Herbeck.
play to get the Grizzlies out the inning, but Sanders couldn't get the glove on it, and so the inning's still alive with 2 on, with 1 out for Carter Knoll. He swings at the first pitch and fouls it off left side, 0-1. That's a ground ball over to first. Wallace fields it, decides to take it over to the bag himself for the second out.
Catcher
So
number
2
28,
down
Hunter Herbeck.
for the catcher, Hunter Herbeck, and 2 on in scoring position. Peck trying to navigate the jam, stop the big inning from DePauw. Herbeck's 1 for 3, scored a run today. Trying to pick up his first RBI of the afternoon with 2 on in scoring position. And Peck balls behind 2-0. That one skips in the dirt. Stays in front of the catcher Taylor, and the runner at third, Macon, stays put, but it's 3-0 now to Hunter Herbeck. And a pickoff back to second in safely is Glimko. Peck trying to see if he can steal an out here. Down 3-0 on the count. That one skips in the dirt, ball 4 for a 4-pitch walk. Just the 4th walk issued by the Grizzly pitching staff this afternoon.
Aiden Howard.
And that loads the bases up for Aiden Howard, who hit a ground rule double over the head of Sean Sullivan last time. Trying to do so again and pick up some more RBIs. And he swings at the first pitch into left field. Tyson shifted over, has a long run, but makes the grab for out number 3. The Grizzlies surrender 4 on 6 hits in the inning. And so DePauw moves back in front, 10-6, heading into the bottom of the 5th. So the middle of the order due up for Franklin. Garrett DeHart will lead off the bottom of the fifth, and the Grizzlies down by 4, running out of time. This is a 7-inning doubleheader, both games just 7 innings, and so the Grizzlies need to score quickly in the bottom of the fifth, and the Tigers roll out Johnny Curry for his 3rd inning and change of work. He's been lights out, facing 9 batters, giving up 1 hit, striking out a pair, and that one is into the right center gap. That will be down for extra bases. DeHart can fly. He's going to take the turn at second. No, he holds at second for a leadoff double.
First baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace.
So that brings up the first baseman, Andrew Wallace. So Andrew Wallace in the box. He's 0 for 2 today. Flew out to right field one time. Had a high fly ball that just missed the warning track. And he swings at the first pitch and fouls it off. 0-1. One pitch outside, 1-1. So the 1-1 kind of pickoff attempt over to second, back in safely is DeHart. Wallace trying to pick up his first hit of the afternoon. Driving a run from second in the process. That one is outside, ball 2. So 2-1 outside again. 3-1 to the first baseman Wallace. Some activity in the DePauw bullpen. And then swinging a miss, or swinging a foul ball rather, from Wallace, and that is 3-2. So full count, runner on second, nobody out. A payoff pitch from Curry, swung on and hit high in the air, and that one drifts foul out of play, so we'll stay 3-2. So payoff pitch again in the dirt, ball 4. First walk issued by Johnny Curry, and that puts runners on first and second for Dylan Redmond.
Third baseman number 9, Dylan Redmond.
That'll bring out coach from the DePauw dugout. Just chatted over with Johnny Curry with surrendering the 2 leadoff base runners with nobody out, so we'll step aside for just a second. So the first two batters of the innings have reached for the Grizzly. And now Dylan Redmond trying to do some damage with nobody out. And he shows bunt and pulls back. And that is strike one. Redmond's 0 for 1 with a walk. He scored a run today. And he swings and hits a hard ground ball past the third baseman. And that'll get one run across as DeHart scores from second, and Wallace doesn't advance to third on the throw, stays at second. So a RBI single for Dylan Redmond, his first hit of the day, and that brings the lead down to 3 for the DePauw Tigers. So now in the box, Luke Willman, the DH. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Trying to put a ball in play, and that's down the third baseline, but that one rolls foul for strike one. So 0-1. Curry still no outs in the inning. And that one outside, ball one. And a pickoff over on the runner Wallace, back in safely. On the dive is Wallace, and still no outs in the inning. Luke Willman trying to pick up his first hit of the afternoon. With runners on first and second, 1-1 from Curry. And a high fly ball in the infield that should enact the infield fly rule, and it does so, and that's out number one.
Catcher number 25, Adam Taylor.
So now in is the senior catcher, Adam Taylor. He's 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch today, and is trying to pick up a knock on senior day. Another pickoff over to second, back in safely with Wallace. Taylor swings at the first pitch, and it's a ground ball over the shortstop, who fires over to third for the out. And that is out number two. Good play from the shortstop, Max Bond, to throw out the runner at third on the backhand ground ball. Didn't think he can get the runner Taylor at first. Decides to go with the third for the out. And that's two down with Colby Reed set to step in the box for the Grizzlies. Curry trying to strand the two base runners he's given up this inning. And he starts off Reed with strike one. And Reed chops one down the third baseline. Fielding it is Johnson, and he steps on third for the final out. So the Grizzlies score one on the pair of hits. That's all they can muster up in the inning, leaving two stranded, and that takes us into the top of the sixth, 10-7.
Suker.
So the DH, Tyler Suker, will lead off the inning with 8-9-1 due up for DePauw. Sam Peck returns for his second inning of work. Trying to keep the score where it is, keep Franklin in striking distance. The top of the sixth of this 7-game doubleheader, or 7-inning doubleheader. Zucker's 1 for 2 and driven in 2 runs with a walk as well. Trying to give DePauw a leadoff base runner. He hits a hard shot over the third baseman Redmond, who can't field it cleanly, and that is a leadoff hit.
What do you think? Okay.
Be changed to a error by the third baseman Redmond, so reached on error is Tyler Suker, and that brings up the shortstop Max Bond.
DePauw's got one error for. I don't remember what he is.
It was the catcher.
Oh yeah, catcher repairman Owens.
So the shortstop Max Bond has a runner on first, nobody out. And he swings, and at the first pitch he sees, and it's high in the air. That's out of play for strike one. Pickoff over to first, back in safely is the runner. It's a big lead over there at first. Didn't go on the off speed, and it's 1-1. So 1-1. Bond shows bunt, lays it down to third baseman. Redmond charging, makes a throw in time for out number 1. A sacrifice bunt for Max Bond moves the runner over to second, and there's 1 out for the top of the order, Luis Florida.
Luis Florida.
So runner in scoring position for the left fielder Florida, who's 2 for 4 with an RBI today. And he check swings on ball 1 in the dirt. And the 1-0 pitch skips in the dirt. Backhand stop from Taylor keeps the runner at second. A swing and a foul tip. First strike on the top of the order man, Luis Florida. So 2-1 from Peck. Swing and a miss on the off speed on the back foot slider. It's 2-2. And another back foot slider, swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 straight sliders, we call that a White Castle special, and that's a strikeout for Sam Peck.
Number 3, Cam Bacon.
So 2 down for Cam Macon. Runner still in scoring position, trying to extend this lead, give some insurance runs for DePauw, and that is strike 1 on the outside corner from Sam Peck, again with the off speed. fastball in the dirt, skips away from Taylor, loses it, but finds it in time to keep the runner at third from advancing. So now runner at third for Macon. Trying to drive in this run. Another slider fouled off straight back, 1-2. So 1-2 to the second baseman, Macon. Peck trying to get out the inning. And then another slider that's popped down the right field line and out of play. Stays 1-2. So 1-2 again for Macon, and a swing and a foul ball off the plate. And we'll do the 1-2 again. Peck trying to generate a swing and miss on that slider. Macon doing a good job to fight it off. So 1-2 again. Another slider in the dirt. And peel down to the field umpire. No swing, so it's 2-2. Good stop as well from the catcher, Taylor, to keep the ball in front of him, keep the runner from advancing from third. So the count 2-2. Another slider. This one in the dirt as well. Count moves to full. So 3-2 payoff pitch from Peck outside, and it skips away from the catcher Taylor, and a run will score on the wild pitch walk and moves DePaul's lead to 11-7.
Third baseman number 20, Grady Johnson.
So Grady Johnson in for the 5th time today. He's 1 for 4 with a single. And he's trying to shows bunt, and pulls back, takes strike 1. It's a looping fly ball. In on it is Tyson. He can't make the grab on the slide, and it gets past him. Rounding third is Macon. He will score, and a 2-out double from Grady Johnson gives him his 2nd RBI of the day, and that makes it 12-7 to DePauw.
Right fielder number 27, Danny Blanco.
So a big 2-out extra base hit from Grady Johnson, and sees Danny Glimko step in, the only Tiger not to record a hit so far today. Trying to add to the tally and bring in another run from second. Takes strike 1 on the inside corner, 1-1. Slider in the dirt. stopped by the catcher Taylor. 2-1. The 2-1 slider hit deep into center field. Sullivan tracking it back at the wall. Short hops off the wall. So another 2-out double, this time from Danny Glimko. Dreams in another run, and it's 13-7. First hit for Danny Glimko, and now everybody in this DePauw lineup recorded a hit today, and that's 14 hits on the afternoon in game 1 for DePauw. The bats are hot for DePauw today, and Franklin pitching not been able to get many swings and misses, just generates 3 strikeouts today. A ground ball over the second baseman Reed, and it skips over the head of Reed. Rounding third is Glimko, and he will score without a throw. And another 2-out hit for DePauw. Timely hitting doubles the Franklin's runs, in 7-14.
Catcher number 28, Hunter Herbeck.
They call that an error on Colby Reed. So not another hit in the inning, but a good job on offense. Timely hitting for DePauw with 2 outs. So 1-1 to the catcher Herbeck. And he takes the off speed outside for ball 2. So 2-1 into the dirt, stopped by Taylor, and it's 3-1 now. And then strike 2 on the outside corner, so it's full count now with 2 outs. Peck trying to get out of the inning. Another big inning by DePauw. 3 straight of them. Runner takes off, and that's ball 4 outside. So a 2-out walk with the full count, and there's runners on first and second for Aiden Howard now.
Center fielder number 1, Aiden Howard.
Now Peck behind the count again, 2-0. Catcher Taylor will go out there to meet him. DePauw just out hitting Franklin here today. 14 hits to the Franklin 6. 5 extra base hits for DePauw. Some activity in the Franklin bullpen now after Noah Bennington now warming up, the left-hander. See if he needs to come in to get the Grizzlies out of this top of the 6th without anything else. And that's a line drive snagged on a dive by Sanders. That ball was smoked up the middle, but Sanders over there covering the bag on a pickoff attempt. Potential pickoff attempt, but gets the out number 3 of the Grizzlies. Give up 4 more in the 6th, and it makes it 14-7. We'll head into the bottom of the 6th. So a new pitcher in the game for DePauw. Jake Tometz in the game, making his 11th appearance of the season. Has a 4.19 ERA in 19s in the 3rd innings pitch. Giving up 24 hits in that time, 9 runs on 12 walks and 16 strikeouts. He relieves a good relief outing of Johnny Curry. Goes 3 2/3, gives up just 3 hits, 1 earned run on 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. And Sanders popped up the first pitch he sees into right field, and Glimp goes in and makes the grab.
Center fielder number 27, Sean Sullivan.
Now bring in Sean Sullivan. His 3-run blast, about the only highlight for the Franklin offense today. Part of that big second inning they had, but haven't been able to get anything going since. Just the 1 run in the 5th. Franklin's left 5 stranded today. Left-hander Tometz. It was ball 1 in the inside corner, and it's 1-1 to the center fielder Sullivan. One high and away, ball 2. Just 5 outs remaining for the Franklin offense here in game 1. This is a double header, 7 innings, both games. Sullivan pops that one up to the right side, and strike 2, 2-2. So the 2-2 to Sullivan. Swung on and hit through the right side. Over there is Macon to make the grab on the run and throws it to first. Macon had to go a long way for that one, but makes the play and gets out number 2 in the top of the bottom of the 6th.
Fielder number 4, Tyson Lipscomb.
Tyson Lipscomb in the box now. He's 0 for 2 with a walk, trying to get his first hit of game number 1. He fouls off the first pitch for strike 1. That one inside. Almost drilled Lipscomb, but out of the way of it. So it's 1-1. Lipscomb fouls it off in the dirt. So 1-2 to the left fielder Lipscomb. Made an error in the last half inning. And he swings and misses at the slider in the dirt. And Lipscomb strikes out to end the 6th inning. Takes us into the 7th. DePauw up by 7. So top of the 7th, and a new pitcher for Franklin, the left-hander Noah Bennington, making his first appearance of the season. And a new catcher in the game, Austin Riddick Bolton, in the game for Franklin. And also in the box is Jack Murray for DePauw. First at bat. Now 1-2 to the left-hander Murray. Bennington trying to get out number 1 in the top of the 7th, just trying to make this scoreless half inning. Really haven't done that since the 3rd, and gets the strikeout on the off speed, looking First strikeout for Noah Bennington.
Number 2, Max Bond.
Now the shortstop, Max Bond. Just 1 for 2 with a walk. And he takes strike 1 on the outside corner. That one skips in the dirt. 1-1. Another fastball on the outside corner moves the count to 1-2. That curveball high, can't quite find the zone, and it moves. Count back even, 2-2. The 2-2 is chopped over the third base, and Redmond fields it on the short hop and fires over to first for out number 2. Good play on the charge from Dylan Redmond. Gets a second out in the top of the 7th.
42, Luis Florida.
Thanks.
So 2 outs for Luis Florida, the top of the order, back up for DePauw, and that one can't find the zone. 1-0.
Talk about this inning, Matt.
Yes.
Shuckout looking.
Word.
2-0 now. And a high fly ball, that one fouled straight back, and that is strike 1. So 2-1. That is pulled high in the air on the first base side. Reed underneath it makes the grab for out number 3. So Bennington comes into the game first time all season, and he gets a scoreless frame for the Grizzlies. That takes us to the bottom of the 7th. So bottom of the 7th, here and a new pitcher for
Number 17, Garrett DePauw.
DePauw as Holt Hildebrand into the game, making his fourth appearance of the season. And 4, 5, 6 are due up for Franklin, and they need a big 7th inning to try and come back in this one. This is just a 7-inning game, part of this doubleheader here. That one skips the dirt and it's 2-0 to the right fielder DeHart. Hart had himself a 2-for-3 game today, had a double his last at bat into right center field, came around to score as well. He takes that for ball 3. That skips in the dirt, so a 4-pitch walk to start the 7th for Hildebrand, and that brings in Andrew Wallace.
Andrew Wallace.
Wallace hitless so far today with a walk. That one in the dirt. And a quick coming out of the dugout for the ball coach to talk to his pitcher Hildebrand after 5 straight balls to start the 7th here. Is the pitcher getting loose for DePauw, number 33, Josh Hyder. For DePauw, you'd hope you don't have to go to another arm in the bullpen with another game to play here today. To Wallace, and that one in there for strike 1. That one is way outside. Sort of a pitch out there, maybe seeing if DeHart was taken off, but nothing happening over at first base, and in the dirt, 3-1. That one is in the dirt, ball 4, so back-to-back walks for Hildebrand, and that is the Grizzlies will need in this inning. Base runners. That will be a quick leash for Hildebrand as he will be yanked out of this one after just 2 walks, and that brings in number 33, Josh Heitert. And that will take us to a break for just a moment. the new pitcher is Josh Heidert, making his 8th appearance this season. And that's just a 1.93 ERA in the 14 innings he's pitched. 11 strikeouts to 1 walk in those innings. It's been lights out for DePauw out of the bullpen and trying to finish this game up for the Tigers, as Dylan Redmond in the box now. That one is chopped foul off the plate, and it's 0-2. Peel down at first on the check swing from Redmond, no call given, so 1-2. So 1-2 to Redmond. He swings and hits a rocket foul. It stays 1-2. So the 1-2 again from Heidert. And it's swing on and foul, or fly ball into center field. In on it is Howard and makes the grab, no tag from DeHart at second, and that is out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th.
Pinch hitting for the Grizzlies, number 23, Jordan Diatley.
So a pinch hitter for the DH Luke Willman is now Jordan Diatley. Diatley in just 23 at bats, batting 174 for 4 hits that time. Trying to keep the line moving for Franklin, down by 7 here in the bottom of the 7th, the last inning of this doubleheader here, and he swings and misses over the first pitch for strike 1. And that one in there for strike 2. So 0-2 to Diatley. So the 0-2 in the dirt, stopped by the catcher Herbeck, and it's 1-2. Runner takes off for third, and DeHart is in there without a throw, but a strikeout called looking on Diatley, and that is 2 down. Runners on the corner for Riddick Bolton.
Catcher number 42, Riddick Bolton.
Riddick Bolton came in as a defensive sub for Adam Taylor and now gets a chance to hit here in the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs. Another Wallace takes off for second. So advances 90 feet to second. So 2 in scoring position for Riddick. Bolton trying to pick himself some RBIs here. That one is in there. Outside corner, strike one. That one is in the dirt. 2-1 to the catcher, Bolton. Another good fastball outside. 2-2 now. Grizzlies down to their final strike in this one. So 2-2. That runs inside and drills Bolton. So a hit by pitch loads the bases for Colby Reed.
Baseman number 1, Colby Reed.
So the bases are loaded for Colby Reed. Trying to keep the line moving for Franklin. Top of the order is looming. That is called ball one. That one in there, strike one. And Colby shoots it back to the pitcher. He fields it in high throw, but recovered by the first baseman, Noel, and that is out 3, and that'll do it for game 1 of this doubleheader. DePauw gets 14 hits for 14 runs, and that will do it for game 1. Franklin's offense just gets 6 hits, turn it into 7 runs, leaves 8 on base. 5 extra base hits for DePauw, and timely hitting, driving in 10 RBIs. Sees DePauw take game 1 of this doubleheader. We'll be back in just about 30 minutes for game 2. Stick with us here for game number 2 versus the DePauw Tigers. Welcome back to Game 2 of our doubleheader here between the Franklin Grizzlies and the DePauw Tigers. Starting on the mound for Game 2 for Franklin is Jordan Diatley, making his 10th appearance, his third start of the season. Has an inflated 9.5 ERA with 17 innings pitched. In that time, 18 earned runs with 8 strikeouts, 8 walks. See if he can get this hot DePauw offense cooled back down after 14 hits last game versus the Grizzlies. And Franklin trying to come out of here with a split to avoid dropping 4 straight. And that one from Florida is flied high in the air into right field. In on it is DeHart, and that is out number 1.
Baseman number 3, Cam Megan.
Gotta give it one of my class representatives and work on ceramics, dude. Look forward to that. Is that strike? No. Steve, you got some work to do.
Oh, we got one?
Yeah.
That one in there for strike 1. That one high, ball 3.
Can you bring one of those down here, please?
This?
So 3-1 to the second baseman Macon. And
He gave me one.
I know, but one's already plugged into the iPad.
Is this not working though?
No, it said it's charging.
so that was a 5-pitch walk to Macon.
Number 20, Grady
And
Johnson.
first base runner of the afternoon for Game 2.
It's not taken too seriously.
Then the 3-hole Grady Johnson now takes strike 1 from Diatley. One in the dirt. Ball 1.
I had 3 more. What's the first one? Second one?
Johnson was 2 for 5 last game with 2 RBIs. Pickoff over on Macon, back in safely on the dive.
I changed it.
Oh no, I'm a wuss. I don't mind it either.
That one is high out of the zone. 3-1 to the third baseman Johnson. The runner takes off, and there's a fly ball into center field. Sullivan trying to track it with the sun and makes the grab for out number 2.
Right fielder number 27, Danny Glencoe.
Danny Glimko just had 1 hit in Game 1. Trying to keep the inning going for DePauw here. And the 1-0 is fouled straight back. Evens it up back at 1-1. Another pickoff over to first on Macon. Back in safely, just trying to keep the runner in check. The fake steal, and that is a high fly ball into left field. The wind pushing it back at the track, at the wall. Lipscomb is there and makes the grab. The wind had that one being pushed back towards the wall, but Lipscomb hangs on for the grab at the wall, and that is out number 3 in the top of the first. Diatley surrenders 1 walk, but gets out the inning unscathed. So starting game 2 on the mound for DePauw is the right-hander Justin Bennis, making his 3rd start of the season. Has a 5.21 ERA in 19 innings pitched, 11 strikeouts to 9 walks. Trying to pick up the win here in game 2 for DePauw. And the leadoff for Franklin is the shortstop AJ Sanders.
Shortstop number 2, AJ Sanders.
Sanders was just 1 for 3, drove in a pair of RBIs. Before Franklin scored 2 runs as well. Trying to start the second game of this doubleheader off on the right foot with a leadoff base runner, and he takes strike 1 inside from Bennis. Sanders fouls off second pitch, and it's 0-2. So the 0-2 outside corner, strike 3 looking. Sanders not happy with the call, and down goes the leadoff man on strikes. Now Sean Sullivan had a 3-run homer in game 1. Well, the only highlights on offense for Franklin in that one. His 9th of the year, trying to add to that, and takes that one high for ball 1. That one went in there. No swing from Sullivan, is strike 1. Sullivan grounds that down the third baseline. Now behind 1-2. Sullivan is just 4 home runs away from the Franklin all-time home run record. With just 6 games remaining for Franklin, it's going to be a tough stretch down the stretch, and that was a strike 3 looking again on the outside corner. Justin Bennis painting that outside corner. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the day, and now Tyson Lipscomb in the box. And Coach Lance Marshall not happy about the 2 early strikeout calls, not a fan of that zone, and is told to knock it off by the home plate umpire. That's ball 1 to Lipscomb. Lipscomb fights that one off at foul. Lipscomb hitless in the first game was over 3. And that one is outside, ball 2. He homered yesterday and he lost to Transylvania. And that was a record-setting home run with his 176th RBI of the season, or of his career, sorry. And it's 2-2 to the left fielder Lipscomb. So full count now. Ben is trying to strike out the side. Payoff pitch. Swung on and fouled off the plate. So we'll do the payoff pitch again. That one in play. That one in no man's land with the shift on from the shortstop, and that drops in for the first hit of the day for Tyson Lipscomb, and that brings up the cleanup hitter Garrett DeHart. DeHart, the only Franklin player to have multiple hits in the first game of this doubleheader. Back up at the dish. He won a fastball in the dirt, kept in front by the catcher Bell, and then keeps Lipscomb at first, and it's a 2-0 count to the right fielder DeHart. That one is up and tight on DeHart, and that makes it a 3-0 count. We'll see if Marshall gives the green light here for DeHart with a 3-0 count. 2 down in the bottom of the first. No green light, and that is ball 4. So a single from Lipscomb and a walk from DeHart puts 2 on the bases for Andrew Wallace. Wallace reached base on 2 walks last time, but no hits in the first game, and he takes the first pitch he sees down the right field line, but that is hooking foul. A long strike 1 to Wallace. That one runs inside. Good stop by the catcher Bell. Keep the runners where they are, and it's 1-1. Speed can't find the back door, and it's 2-1. That's in the dirt and gets past the catcher Bell. So up 90 feet is Lipscomb and DeHart, and it's a 3-1 count for Wallace. Wallace has 6 homers this season. So 3-1 to the power hitting first baseman. Up high, ball 4. Back-to-back walks, loads the bases after striking out the first 2 hitters. Losing some of that control is Bennis, and now he has the bases loaded with Dylan Redmond set to come up.
Brian, who's the DH this guy?
Colby.
Redmond takes strike one on the outside corner.
Redmond's a third.
Who's at second?
Swole.
Are you for real?
I'm very serious.
That off speed inside for strike two. So quickly 0-2 to the third baseman Redmond.
Over under 2.5. In-game space.
So 0-2 from Bennis. Swung on a hit into right center field. That ball will get down for a two-run single for Dylan Redmond. And the Grizzlies strike first here in game two. Big piece of two-out hitting to drive that ball the other way from Dylan Redmond.
Colby Reed.
Grizzlies are on the board first, 2-0. Colby Reed in the box now, the DH this afternoon. Here in game two, started at second base. That one is outside, ball one. Redmond goes on the pitch, and then Reed pulled that one hard and fouled. So it's 1-1. Ben is trying to get out of the inning. Started off hot with 2 strikeouts and then issued two hits and 2 walks. Since then goes Redmond again. Then there with no throw. And now it's 2-1. Runners on second and third for Colby Reed.
All these people look like fucking Rick and Morty characters.
And the 2-1 pitch hit high in the air towards the right side of the infield. In on it is Macon. Fights the sun and makes the grab for out number 3. The Grizzlies strike first in the bottom of the first with Dylan Redmond's RBI single into right field. So they take a 2-0 lead for Diatley heading into the top of the second.
Leading off the designated hitter, number 24.
So second inning of work for Jordan Diatley, and Carter Knoll will lead off at the top of the second. Knoll, the DH, here in game 2 after starting at first in the first one. And swing and foul off down the right side for strike 1.
Next time I'm not going to tell you the mic is on, I'm just going to scream something to get you in trouble.
Mean, but also probably not undeserved.
And the 1-1 pitch, slice foul on the left field line, and it's 1-2.
I feel like he's pretty common.
And the 1-2 pitch outside evens it back up at 2-2.
Pretty good one. Maybe epic.
off speed, can't find the top of the zone there, and it's full count to the leadoff hitter here in the second inning. And that's outside, ball 4. So a full count walk for Carter Knoll gives them a second base runner today, and brings in shortstop Max Bond. And Bond takes the first pitch, shoots it deep into center field. Back on it is Sullivan, and it's one hops the wall over the fence for a ground rule double. So second and third for Drew Staub. Did not play in the first game. Staub is at center field for this one.
It's uncommon because a lot of people get STDs.
Batting 267 and 45 at bats. And takes ball 1 high in the zone. So DePauw is threatening to start the second inning, no outs, send them 2 on.
Oh my god.
And that pitch low one inside, no call. 2-0.
That's a fucking strike.
Probably like
And the 2-0 is chopped foul down the first base side, and it's 2-1.
yeah, it's in the bottom one right next to my cornet, the micro. We'll go with it.
Stout, but the junior outfielder from Troy, Illinois, trying to get some RBIs early to level this game at 2, but now it's 2-2 for Diatley. Defense shifted over on the right side. That skips in the dirt, stopped by Taylor. The count moves full again.
Probably. I like couch strong.
Second full count of the inning for Diatley. Trying to avoid loading the bases, and that one inside, ball 4. And that loads the bases with nobody out for Brennan Roach.
First baseman number 19, Brennan Roach.
Roach starting at first base in game 2, did not play in the first one. Roach is batting .222 in just 8 appearances this season, getting his second start of the year. Diatley gets ahead with first pitch strike, and then the next one bounces in dirt, stopped by Taylor. No advance from the runner at third. It's 1-1, nobody out for Diatley. He drops in an off speed that can't find the top of the zone. It's 2-1. Behind in the count again is Diatley. Fouled off. Back at 2-2. Diatley looking for a big strikeout here for the first out of the inning. Or at least a pop-up in the infield to stop runner from advancing. That's a ground ball over the third baseman, Redmond, and it's off his foot. 1 run will score. The second run around third. And that is a 2-run single for Brennan Roach. It is a ruling from the scorebook. So not an error, so that ties the game up here at 2 early on. DePauw answers the 2-run first inning from Franklin. And still nobody out for Diatley. The first pitch to Eli Bell, fouled out of play. Bell also did not play in the first game. Playing here in game number 2. He's getting his 3rd start, making his 8th appearance this season, batting 111 in those games. It's a start behind the dish and is quickly behind 0-2. That runs inside and gets Bell. He had him 0-2 and then gives up the hit by pitch, and that loads the bases back up. Still nobody out, and it's the top of the order now. Top of the order. DePaul's lineup did a lot of damage in game 1. Trying to break this game open here in the top of the second. That one is in the dirt. Ball 1. There's no activity in the Franklin bullpen. But out comes Coach Marshall. Have a meeting with the infield, so we'll step aside for a quick break. So the bases are loaded, nobody out. Top of the order for DePauw. And a swing and a miss from Luis Florida. It's 1-1. Florida hits a ground ball to the second baseman Swoll and fires over to second for 1 and over to first. So a 4-6-3 double play for the Grizzlies. A run will score on the play.
They did score.
So the DePauw Tigers take a 3-2 lead, but a big double play gets 2 outs in the inning. With a runner on third now for Cam Macon. Hits that hard to the shortstop Sanders, backhands and fires across the diamond for the out. Great throw from Sanders to get the out number 3. DePauw answers back and takes the lead from the Grizzlies with 3 runs on 2 hits in the top of the second. Adam Taylor due up for Franklin. Grizzlies trying to answer right back at the DePauw Tigers. 8-9-1 due up for Franklin. Adam Taylor will lead off the inning. It is senior day here in Franklin, and one of the celebrating members is number 25, Adam Taylor. That one finds the zone, and it's 1-2 to the catcher Taylor. And a shot down the right field line, but it's foul. This count stays where it is. That one can't find the zone. Back even for Taylor. Now the count moves to 3-2, full count to the leadoff man in the second, Adam Taylor. And he hits a fly ball right side of the infield, making underneath it, and makes the grab for out number 1.
Second baseman number 6, Bryce Swoll.
So Bryce Swoll will step in the box now, getting the first start of the season for him at second base. Turned a big double play ball in the last half inning. And he starts off with strike 1. Swoll just 3 at bats, got 1 hit, so a 3.33 average so far. Small sample size. We'll see if he can keep up a good average here as he quickly falls behind 0-2. And then a swing and a miss, strike 3. Quick at bat there for the pitcher Justin Bennett, and his third strikeout.
Number 2, AJ Sanders.
That brings up the top of the order with 2 outs. AJ Sanders in the box now. Sanders struck out looking last time up. That one is high for ball 1. Outside corner again, and it's strike 1. Umpire giving it on the outside corner to these right-handers. And then Sanders fouls it off, so it's 2-strike count quickly again for Bennis, working ahead of these hitters for Franklin. To it again, and Sanders has to fight that one off on the outside corner, and that is foul ball. And another 1-2 is fouled off. Sanders fighting to stay alive, keep this inning going, trying to get the middle of the order up with some runners on potentially. And Bennett throws that one away. Ball 2. Two is fouled off.
What position? No, just ask what position does he play?
And another foul ball from Sanders, a long AB for the shortstop.
She goes to work while you raise the kids.
She begs even.
Line drive up the middle, a long at bat pays off for Sanders, and he smokes that one into center field for the single. And that brings up the center fielder Sean Sullivan.
Sean Sullivan.
replicate what he did last game in the second inning. A quick pickoff move to check on Sanders.
That was when you actually hurt yourself sliding back in first.
Now he always dislocates his spine and shit.
Sort of a timeout here as they check on Sanders after the dive back in. Seems to shake it off and be alright, so we'll keep playing here. So 2 outs. Another pickoff back. Back in safely is Sanders.
He picks over again.
Sanders stole a base in the first game, has 8 on the season now. Trying to pick up number 9 potentially. DePauw trying to keep him where he is with Sullivan at bat, and that is in low and away. Kept in front by the catcher Bell, and it's 1-0. And Sullivan hits a high fly ball. That one is staying in the yard in left field. Underneath it is Florida, and that is out number 3. So the Grizzlies get a hit in the inning but can't muster anything out of it. So they go into the top of the third, down 3-2.
Off the third baseman, number 20, Grady Johnson.
So Grady Johnson will lead off the third inning. It's 0 for 1 so far. And he takes ball 1. And that one below the zone, ball 2, 2-0. And the 2-0 pitch through the right side of the hole, and that is a leadoff single for Grady Johnson, his first hit of game 2.
Right fielder, number 27, Danny Glimko.
So that brings up the right fielder, Danny Glimko. He takes the first pitch inside. And that hit the batter Glimko, according to the home plate umpire, and then it puts
Designated
first and
hitter,
second
24, Carter Knoll.
for the designated hitter, Carter Knoll. So nobody out and 2 runners on for Carter Knoll. Swings and misses at the first pitch. bunt shown, and a absolutely perfect bunt past the pitcher. Second baseman Swole was on the move to cover first on the bunt on the right side, and then that moves the runners over and loads the bases
Shortstop number 2, Max
for
Bond.
Max Bond. So another bases loaded jam for Carter Knoll, or for Jordan Diatley. After the Carter Knoll bunt. That one is outside, ball 1. Some action in the Franklin bullpen. Aiden Ray is up and throwing for Franklin. And that skips in the dirt. Ball 2. And Bond hits a line drive into left field. That gets down for a hit. 1 run will score. Coming around third is Glimko, and 2 will score on the RBI single for Max Bond. Gives DePauw a 5-2 lead in the top of the third. Drew Staub in the box now. Runners on first and second with nobody out still. And he takes the first pitch high in the air to right center field. Sullivan should be underneath it and makes the grab. And the runner will advance from second. Interesting play out there. DeHart was dead set on getting that ball. He laid out underneath Sullivan. Didn't collide with him, luckily. So the out was made.
I don't know what that was. It's not here.
My guess is those two weren't talking to each other.
Or they both said mine at the same time.
So first out of the inning for
Art didn't crash into him.
Diatley, and he gets broached to foul off the first pitch for strike 1. A high fly ball in the infield. Sanders underneath it makes the grab, and that's out number 2.
Catcher number 17, Eli Bell.
The catcher Eli Bell trying to turn the lineup over with some runners on. With 2 outs. Diatley trying to limit the damage. That's inside, stopped by the catcher Taylor. Then a foul ball out of play. 1-1. That's in the dirt. Runner at first takes off, fake throw, nothing happening, so a advancement for the runner at first, and so there's 2 in scoring position with a 2-1 count now.
This is the plus when I don't try to throw it. Is that
There's no effort.
That's a pop-up that gets out of play for Taylor, so now it's 2-2.
there's like no like
Give
get
him,
I get there.
give him that one because he broke on the pitch and because it wasn't even
So 2-2 to the catcher Bell. Diatley trying to get out of the inning. That's the outside corner, and that call not given for Diatley, and it makes the count 3-2. So the payoff pitch, ball 4 in the dirt. So that loads the bases again for Louis, Florida. Florida's 0 for 2 so far in game 2. And he takes the first pitch and pops it up left side. That one is drifting out of play, and it's just strike 1. And then 1-1 is fouled off. 1-2 with the bases loaded for the leadoff hitter, Louis, Florida. Outside corner, no call given.
What the fuck, dude?
And now it's 2-2.
Alright, dude. What the fuck?
So the 2-2 from the Atlee swung on and hit into left field. That ball's going back. Lipscomb on the run makes the grab for out number 3. So DePauw adds 2 more to their lead on a pair of hits. And that takes it 5-2 into the bottom of the 3rd. Lipscomb to Hart and Wallace 2 up for Franklin. So middle of the order due up for Franklin in the bottom of the 3rd. And Tyson Lipscomb will start us off. He got his first hit of the afternoon with a bloop single into no man's land to beat the shift. And then came around and scored one of the 2 runs for Franklin in that first inning. Trying to start a rally here in the bottom of the 3rd, down by 3. And Lipscomb hits the 0-1 pitch deep into left center field. That one's going back, and that one is gone for Tyson Lipscomb. His 8th homer of the season. And that solo shot cuts the lead to a 2-run game. That ball was well hit into the left center gap by Lipscomb. excellent piece of hitting from the fifth-year senior and adds to his RBI total of 177 now in his career.
Number 17, Garrett DeHart.
So now Garrett DeHart trying to follow that solo shot up. And he swings and misses that. Strike one. Another swing and a miss on the off speed. And it's 0-2. And another off speed outside. That one too far outside, and it's 1-2. A little bloop into right field. That drops in front of the right fielder, Glimko, and a single with nobody out. Second hit of the inning for Franklin.
Andrew Wallace.
Now Andrew Wallace into the game now. Some action is happening in the DePauw bullpen. Number 10, Finn O'Mara, is getting loose for DePauw. And nobody out, runner on first. One run already across this inning. And Wallace trying to inflict some more damage. That's a pop-up down the left field line. Shift was on. Over there is Bond and makes the over-the-head grab for out number one. That's a tough play for the shortstop. Hung in there with that big fly ball and makes the first out of the bottom of the third. Redmond drove into his first time up, trying to keep the inning going. And takes strike one outside corner. And a swing and a miss at strike two. So 0-2 to the third baseman, Redmond. Runner takes off to Hart, thrown wide of second base, and a stolen bag for Garrett DeHart. DeHart's fifth stolen base of the season. Now runner in scoring position for Redmond. And the 1-2 foul off. So a 1-2 from Bennis. And a weak ground ball through the hole. And that gets through for a hit. And is a one-out single, moves the runner over to third, and has runners on the corners for Colby Reed.
Designated hitter number 1, Colby Reed.
Colby Reed flied out his first time up. Would love to drive in a run here. And the runner takes off. Redmond throwing it out at second. Throw on the money from Bell. And is out two here in the bottom of the third. Redmond trying to take the bag with one out, put two in scoring position. Instead, the catcher Bell throws him out. And there's two outs. Reed needs a single now to score DeHart. So 1-1. Outside corner for strike 2. Bennett's using that outside corner to his effect. And it's 1-2 to the designated hitter, Colby Reed. And swing and a miss, strike 3. Strands the runner at third and gets out the inning with just giving up 1 run on a pair of hits. So the Grizzlies down by 2 now, heading to the top of the 5th. Top of the 4th with Macon, Johnson, and Glimko due up for DePauw. So 2, 3, 4 due up for the Tigers in the top half of the 4th. Up by 2. Diatley still on the mound for Franklin, trying to keep the score where it is. Eden Ray is still up and throwing for Franklin in their bullpen.
Thank you. No, you got it.
That one skips in the dirt. 2-0.
Oh, fun.
The 2-0 pitch hit high in the air, but that one is foul. Strike 1.
Noticeable difference from what they hear out there.
And that one runs inside and drills Macon. Another hit by pitch, and that puts a runner on first with nobody out for Grady Johnson. And that looks like that will do it for Diatley's afternoon. Diatley gives up 5 on 5 hits and 4 walks. I'll bring in the right-hander Aiden Ray from the bullpen. Will step aside for just a moment. So the new pitcher for the Grizzlies is Aiden Ray, making his 6th appearance, has a 7.88 ERA in 8 innings pitched, 9 hits, 7 earned runs, 5 walks, 2 strikeouts. Try and come in here after the hit by pitch to Cam Macon. Puts a runner on first for Grady Johnson with nobody out. And Johnson turns on that one but rips it foul to the bullpen. So 0-2 on Johnson, runner at first. See if they put him in motion. Keep him out of the double play ball potentially. That one is hit to the second baseman. Swoll flips over to second for 1. Over to first. Double play. Good play from Bryce Swoll at second base, and a strong arm from Sanders turns the double play. Their second of this game 2 here, and that's 2 down for the right fielder for Danny Glimko. Glimko takes the first pitch high in the air to center field. That one's going back. Sullivan doesn't see it, and that is gone. A big fly for Brady Glimko, and that is a solo shot to move the lead to 6-3 in the top of the 4th.
Designated hitter number 24, Carter Knoll.
Was it a matter of Sullivan not seeing off the bat? He knew that one was gone off the bat of Danny Glimko. Now Carter Knoll takes the first pitch and shoots it through the left side gap, and that is a 2-out single, and he keeps going for Max Bond.
Shortstop number 2, Max Bond.
So following the double play, back-to-back hits, the solo shot and the single keeps the inning alive. And Max Bond is at the dish, and that's high and inside, ducking out of the way for ball 1. Bond's 2 for 2 with a pair of RBIs for DePauw today. And he swings at that one high in the air, left side, in foul territory. Sanders going in on it, on the slide, and he makes the grab. What a catch from Sanders on the slide, of almost in the Grizzly bullpen over there in left field foul territory. And that will end the inning. The big solo shot from Danny Glimko puts DePauw back up by 3 heading into the bottom of the 4th. So a new pitcher in the game for DePauw. Number 10, Finn O'Meara, comes in relief of Justin Bennis. Finn O'Meara, 5 appearances, 2 starts this year, and it has 2 innings pitched in those times, a 40 ERA, so very inflated. See if the Grizzlies can capitalize on some scoring opportunities this inning.
Fuck. The guy warming up the bullpen's not in there.
Oh, it's Troy Smith.
Really is.
Is that Troy Smith?
Is he wear 15?
Oh, is he the only
Well,
left?
Kenny's only.
Can they have a like that play? Maybe we'll get lucky. Let's hope so.
And then off speed finds the outside corner, so 1-2 for Adam Taylor.
Now Cairo's hurt.
Oh, he is.
Towards later.
Shit.
Oh, that's like
Oop, wait.
So 2-2 to the catcher Taylor. O'Meara fires in a foul ball out of play, stays 2-2.
Coming out.
I'm gonna save these and I give him this one.
We'll keep him open.
So 2-2 again from O'Meara. Low in the zone for ball 3. So full count for Adam Taylor, trying to get a leadoff base runner in the bottom of the 4th. And a ground ball up the middle. Grab made by Bond. Fire to first. Gets past the first baseman, Roach, and a hit for Adam Taylor to start off the 4th inning on a tough throw from Max Bond. Not ruled an error. Gives a hit for Adam Taylor on his first hit in game number 2. Bryce Swoll in the box struck out his first time up, trying to put some more runners on base for the top of the order coming up this inning. That moves outside, ball 1. That finds the outside corner. Strike 1. And then another fastball at the knees for strike 2 to the second baseman Swoll. So 1-2, runner at first. Taylor in the off speed inside, ball 2. Pick off over first, keep Taylor in check, back in safely.
We only get one more.
And a swing and a miss, strike 3. O'Meara gets the strikeout on the off speed. And down for the second time today on strikes is Bryce Swoll.
Shortstop number 2, AJ Sanders.
Brings up the shortstop, AJ Sanders. 1 for 2 so far in game number 2. A laser up the middle for a single his last time up. He's trying to replicate that in this at bat and take strike 1. At the knees, no call given, 1-1. And then a swing and a miss over the top of that one, 1-2. Fake steal from Taylor over at first, and then a foul ball from Sanders keeps it at 1-2. So 1-2 again, swung on and fouled, out of play right side. Sanders did this last at bat where he fought off a bunch of pitches to stay alive, and then ended up ripping a single center field, trying to replicate that. And then the fastball outside doesn't find the zone, so it's 2-2. Sanders is up and away, and it makes the count full for the shortstop. So 3-2 for the shortstop. Swung and missed at the off speed. Back-to-back Ks for Finn O'Mara, and that's 2 outs with Sean Sullivan stepping in the box now. Sullivan's 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Sullivan trying to cut into this lead for DePauw, 6-3. And a swing and a miss on the off speed again. That off speed generating plenty of whiffs on this Franklin lineup today. All around from the DePauw team. So 0-1. Sullivan takes that at the knees, and it's a called strike 2. So 0-2 for the center fielder Sullivan. That is in the dirt, trying to get the chase. Oh, nothing given from Sullivan, and it moves to 1-2. And that 1-2. Strike 3, looking 3 straight Ks to get out of the inning after the leadoff single from Adam Taylor. And Finn O'Mara comes out of the bullpen, firing on all cylinders. That takes us to the top of the 5th, 6-3 for DePauw.
Center fielder number 21, Drew Straub.
So Drew Staub and the 7, 8, 9 spots are due up in the top of the 5th for DePauw, and Aiden Ray is back out on the mound for Franklin.
Yeah. It's because he's rare, but he's not the best, you know?
A first pitch ball high from Ray.
He's pretty good. Very versatile. Doesn't have much speed. He's pretty strong. Throw.
The 1-0 is popped up, foul
Can use
to the left side, 1-1.
several pitches.
Staub is 0 for 1 with a walk. Came around and scored as well. That one low for ball 2. So 3-1 to the leadoff man in the 5th. Drew Staub trying to get on base, extend the lead for DePauw, and that strike finds the outside corner. Full count now.
Pretty good.
The payoff pitch. Hard hit to the first baseman Wallace. Wallace fields, slips to the Ray at first, and steps on the bag. The 1-3 put out for Franklin gets the first out of the inning.
First baseman number 19, Brennan Roach.
Roach.
Brennan Roach in the box now. The first baseman had an RBI knock earlier in the game and takes strike 1 outside corner from Aiden Ray.
Yeah, dude.
It's his finger, his hands are done.
That off speed drops in there quickly. 0-2 on Roach.
Keyshawn Robinson.
And then that one is hit the other way down the right field line. It gets down for a base hit. DeHart gets it in quickly and keeps the runner at first. So a 1-out single. The second hit of the day for Brennan Roach.
Catcher number 17, Eli Bell.
The catcher Eli Bell has walked in, been hit by a pitch so far, so no official at bats for the catcher. And then Ray fires in strike 1.
I don't know what you guys are doing, but I will say you're very good drawers.
Grizzly Mon.
A foul ball. Now it's 0-2.
Got stats and stuff still, though.
Ray trying to potentially get another ground ball, get another double play. The Grizzlies already turned 2 this afternoon. That one is high and outside, ball 1. That one is high as well, 2-2.
5-tool Grizzly Mon.
2-2. Stay. Leave it.
5-tool Grizzly Mon.
So 2-2, runner on first. And a swing and a high fly ball into center field. Sullivan getting back on it, makes the grab for out number 2.
Left fielder number 42, Luis Florida.
To the top of the order rolls around again for DePauw and Luis Florida, who is 0 for 3 in game 2. And Ray trying to keep him off the bases and get out of the 5th with a scoreless frame. Florida trying to keep the line moving, and he does so with a hard fly ball into right field. That ball is hit off the top of the wall. That gets down in right center field. Round third comes Roach, and that is a RBI double off the wall for Luis Florida, and that moves the lead to 7-3. Florida missed that homer by just a few feet. Hit off the top of the wall.
Second baseman number 3, Cam Macon.
Putting in the stuff for the runners.
So I don't forget them.
Oh.
There's like multiple all of those first.
So Cam Macon is 0 for 1 with a walk so far. Takes ball 1 from Ray. And then Macon turns on that one. That one is going back. That one is gone. Cam Macon doesn't miss that home run, and that is a 2-run shot from Cam Macon, his second of the year. And the DePauw lead doubles here in the top of the 5th, 9-3.
Third baseman number 20, Grady Johnson.
And that looks like it will do it for Aiden Ray. Arm up in the bullpen, so a pitching change for Franklin with 2 outs in the top of the 5th after 3 have scored. So we'll step aside with the new pitcher in just a moment. So the new pitcher in the top of the 5th for Franklin is Troy Smith, making his first appearance of the season. Comes in the game with nobody on and 2 outs. And the third baseman, Grady Johnson, in the box. So 3 hole for Smith to face in this first inning. He starts him off with strike 1. Then a off-speed fouled off, straight back. 0-2 quickly. Good start for Troy Smith on the mound.
Trying to think of some. We'll go through the ones we have. We'll do those.
So 0-2 in the dirt, stopped by Taylor. And then a swing and a miss, strike 3. Troy Smith comes out of the bullpen and strikes out the third baseman Johnson with a third out in the top of the 5th. Grizzlies down by 6 and running out of time here in this 7-inning game 2. We'll be back for the bottom of the 5th in just a moment. Tyson Lipscomb to lead off the bottom of the 5th. And 3, 4, 5 in the lineup trying to get something started with time running out in game number 2 here. Just a 7-inning doubleheader here. Both games. Just 7 innings, and then O'Mara back on the mound, starts off where he left off with strike 1. Swing and a miss on strike 2 from Lipscomb. Lipscomb's 2 for 2 in this game so far. Trying to keep that perfect game going for him. Instead, takes it off the elbow, and then it's a hit by pitch. So base runner to lead off the bottom of the 5th, and brings Garrett DeHart to the box.
17, Garrett DeHart.
So DeHart himself a 3-hit game or 2-hit game in game 1, and already has a hit here in game number 2, trying to add to his totals. The runner on first. Nobody out. That's quickly behind 0-2. O'Mara pounding the strike zone out of the bullpen. Got 3 strikeouts in his first inning of work. Trying to add to the total in his second inning. And strike 3 looking DeHart goes down on 3 straight strikes in the 4th K of the afternoon for Finn O'Mara.
First baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace.
So now the first baseman Andrew Wallace in the box. He's 0 for 1 with a walk, and he takes ball 1 outside. And that off speed is low in the dirt, 2-0 for Wallace. And the 2-0 pitch in the dirt, ball 3. That 3-0 pitch, no green light for Wallace. He is taken all the way, and now 3-1. One finds the zone, and now battling all the way back is O'Mara, trying to get the strikeout the hard way, and it's full count. Lipscomb takes off, and that is ball 4. So runner advances, and Wallace works himself a walk, his first walk of the afternoon, and then 2 on for Dylan Redmond, who's got a multi-hit ball game with 2 hits.
Dylan Redmond.
2 singles so far for Redmond, has driven in a pair of runs. He's trying to cut in this lead for DePauw. And starts off ball 1. And then after 2 straight balls, a coach from DePauw comes out to talk to his pitcher O'Mara. So we'll step aside for this quick break. So 2-0 count for Dylan Redmond. Mini on the mound. Check on the pitcher O'Mara, and that starts off with ball 3. So 3-0 with 2 on with 1 out. See if they give Redmond the green light on 3-0. Already has a pair of hits in this ball game. It's in the dirt, ball 4. 4-pitch walk to Dylan Redmond, and that loads the bases for the DH, Colby Reed.
Designated hitter number 1, Colby Reed.
There is some activity in the DePauw bullpen. Number 30, Ben Axelrod, is up and throwing. Just 1 out, bases loaded. Grizzlies could need a big inning to cut in this lead. 6 straight balls from O'Meara, and it's 2-0 to Colby Reed. So 2-0 for the DH Colby Reed. Reed is over 2 in game number 2, and his 7 straight balls makes it 3-0. That one finds the zone. After the 7 straight balls, finally gets himself a strike, O'Meara, and trying to work himself back on Colby Reed here. That one is in there. Strike 2. Count is full. O'Meara trying to do it the hard way. It's already struck out 4 in his short time on the mound. Trying to get himself a 5th. That one skips in the dirt. Ball 4. So 3 straight walks. And the Grizzlies score a run on the bases loaded walk, and that brings in Adam Taylor.
Adam Taylor.
DePauw choosing to keep O'Meara in despite the 3 straight walks and the arm getting loose in the bullpen. He starts off Taylor with strike 1. Taylor's 1 for 2 with a single. Trying to give himself a multi-hit ball game here. Grab some RBIs in the process. That one kept in front by the catcher Bell. So 1-1. A swing and a miss for strike 2. One and 2 to Taylor. Outside corner, ball 2. Close pitch. The umpire's been given that call quite consistently this game. Doesn't give it there for O'Meara. Now back even 2 and 2 for Adam Taylor. That one is outside. 3 and 2 now. O'Meara trying to avoid the 4th straight walk with the bases loaded, 1 out. So the payoff pitch from O'Meara. Fouled off right side, out of play. We'll do it again. So the payoff pitch again from O'Meara. Ball 4. 4 straight walks from O'Meara. Score 2 in the bottom of the 5th for Franklin. It makes it 9-5. That'll do it for Finn O'Meara. Struck out 4, but also walked 4 and gives up 2 runs, surrendering 1 hit and is ending in the 3rd of work. That'll bring in Ben Axelrod from the bullpen, so we'll step aside. So the new pitcher for DePauw is Ben Axelrod, making his 11th appearance of the season. In 12 innings, has given up 10 earned runs with 6 strikeouts and 6 walks. And there's also a change for the Grizzlies as Luke Harmon will pinch hit for the second baseman Bryce Swoll. Big spot here for Harmon as he tries to keep the lineup rolling. Turn it over to the top half of the order with the bases loaded and 1 out. That one is in the dirt. Ball 1. Harmon in 29 at bats. Bats .241 with 6 hits. And he takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Franklin can turn this lineup over to the top. They could potentially call themselves back into this one and tie it up here. Big bats at the top of the order. That one is in the dirt, stopped by the catcher Bell, and it's 2-1. Inside, ball 3 to the pinch hitter Luke Harmon. Axelrod came in for O'Meara, who walked 4 straight to end his outing, and he comes in with that one. Strike 2, full count now for Luke Harmon. So the payoff pitch from Axelrod swung on up the middle. Ground ball making Campfield and Cleany. Harmon down the line. Not in time. So that's a double play for DePauw to get out of the inning with the bases loaded. Jam can make him bobbled the fielding play, but recovers. And the shortstop, Bond, makes the throw and ends the inning for DePauw. Franklin cuts the lead down to 4 with 2 runs. So that'll take us into the top of the 6th.
Number 27, Danny Glencoe.
So 4, 5, 6, 2 up in the top of the 6th for DePauw, up by 4, and Troy Smith still in the game for Franklin on the mound. Two straight balls to open up the leadoff hitter in the 6th from Smith, and it's 2-0. And the 2-0 is fouled off down the third base line, and it's 2-1. After 2 foul balls, count back even to 2-2 for Troy Smith. Tutu is fouled off right side, out of play. That one is skied into center field. Underneath it is Sullivan, and he makes the grab for out number 1.
Designated hitter number 24, Carter Knoll.
And Smith starts off Carter Knoll with strike 1. That one inside, dodging out of the way is Knoll, and it moves to 1-1. Knoll hits one through the left side gap. Shift was on for the left-handed hitter, and a 1-out single gives DePauw their 11th hit of the afternoon. A pinch runner over at first, number 13, Luke Soltz, in to run. And then Max Bond in the box now. Fouls off the first pitch to the right side. It's 0-1.
Yep. Not taking any chances.
And that's cue ball down the first baseline and foul. 0-2 quickly on the shortstop Bond.
We want to do some of these. It's enough for today. We'll probably do some more.
So the 0-2 pitch from Smith inside almost got him, but instead ball 1.
It is the 6th.
Pick off over to first, check on the runner. Soltz back in safely on the dive. So the 1-2 swung on a miss for strike 3.
Center fielder number 21, Drew Straub.
Troy Smith gets a strikeout for out number 2 here in the inning, and Taylor goes out there to chat with Smith. Could have gotten him crossed up there on the strikeout pitch. So 2 outs now. And Drew Staub in the box. Staub is 0 for 2 with a walk today.
Back-to-back days. They swept the Rays. They swept them. Wow. Surprised they won.
That one finds the outside corner. 0-2 for Troy Smith. So 0-2 to the center fielder Staub. That one's in the dirt. Ball 1. That one is fouled off left side, out of play. Count stays where it is. So 1-2 for Smith. Runner takes off. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Good debut from Troy Smith for the Grizzlies as he gets back-to-back punchies to win the top of the 6th. That takes us into the bottom of the 6th, where the top of the order is due up for Franklin with Sanders, Sullivan, and Lipscomb. So Ben Axelrod still on the mound for the bottom of the 6th. And the top of the order up for Franklin as they're down to their last 6 out here in this 7-inning doubleheader, game 2 versus the DePauw Tigers, down by 4. Sanders is 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts today. Sanders quickly ahead in the count, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch is Sky into right field, back on it, and that is a ground rule double for A.J. Sanders to start off the bottom of the 6th. And runner on second for Sean Sullivan now. Good opposite field piece of hitting from A.J. Sanders. Sees that one hop off the warning track and over the wall for an automatic double. Sean Sullivan is 0 for 3 so far with a pair of strikeouts. He could really use his bat in this spot, trying to come back down 4 in the bottom of the 5th. And Sullivan swings and misses at the first pitch. 0-1. That one is outside, ball 1. A throw back from the catcher, skipped away from the pitcher Axelrod, but nothing happening from Sanders on the base pass. And then another swing and a miss for strike 2 to Sean Sullivan, the center fielder, with 9 homers on the season, trying to help the Grizzlies come back down 9-5 in the bottom of the 6th. And he swings and hits a rocket, but foul. So 1-2 from Axelrod. Swung on and hit into the gap. That'll get down for extra bases. Sanders will score easy. Sullivan rounds first, hits second. That ball is still coming in on the throw, and so a back-to-back doubles for the Grizzlies. Sees one score, and they're down by 3.
How do I charge it? The charge
Left fielder, number 4, Tyson Lipscomb.
So that'll bring Tyson Lipscomb into the box now. Still nobody out. Back-to-back doubles to start the inning for Franklin. At top of the order, doing their damage. So Rod starts off. Lipscomb with strike 1. Lipscomb is responsible for 4 of the 6 runs for Franklin, has an RBI and scored 3 runs. It's a ground ball to the second baseman, Macon, who fires, and it gets away from the first baseman. So a throwing error from Cam Macon sees Lipscomb reach safely, and Sullivan stays at third. And so there's runners on the corner for Garrett DeHart. Still nobody out. Action now in the bullpen for DePauw. So just a 3-run game. The tying run is at the plate with Garrett DeHart. That is outside, ball 1. And the off-speed clips the outside corner. It's 1-1. DeHart struck out his last time up, has a walk and a single in today's game. Pickoff over on Lipscomb, back in safely. And the 1-1 pitch is turned on and belted. That ball is back at the wall and gone. Tie game. Garrett DeHart, 3-run homer, ties us up at 9. Garrett DeHart's 3rd homer of the season comes at a big moment for the Grizzlies as he ties it up at 9 in the bottom of the 6th. That'll do it for Ben Axelrod. A call to the pen for DePauw, and we're going to step aside. It's 9-9. So the new pitcher for DePauw is Matthew Spencer, making his 4th appearance. Just 2 innings pitched, 1 earned, 4 walks and 1 strikeout in those 2 innings. And both teams getting into the back half of their bullpens after the doubleheader yesterday. And this is game 3 for both teams in the last 2 days. Grizzlies tied up at 9. Wallace in the box, give him the lead with 1 swing of the bat. And he tried to there, just swings and misses, strike 1. And that one in the dirt, ball 2.
Wish I had some gum or something.
Count moves to 3-1 for Andrew Wallace. Spencer out of the pen. Essentially a clean inning for him with nobody out, nobody on, but already 4 runs across, and Wallace takes a 3-1 pitch down the first baseline, but foul. So full count to Wallace in there, ball 4 inside. So a first walk issued for Matthew Spencer, and that brings up Dylan Redmond. So Dylan Redmond in the box. He's 2 for 2 with a walk, 2 RBIs. He shows bunt, pulls back in the dirt. Nothing happening on that one.
Dude, Daddy would be very happy if we got a win. He might not get home and beat Teddy.
Pick off over to first. Wallace back in safely. Punt again from Redmond, but that one is high, and it's 2-0. So 2-0 to the third baseman, Redmond. Runner on first, trying to move him over with a bunt. Shows it again. This time pulls back, but a strike. They bunt down the first baseline, but hooking foul, so it moves to 2-2. Wallace was going on the bunt, just trying to move the runner over to second, manufacture that run to give the Grizzlies the lead here in the bottom of the 6th. But it's 2-2 for Dylan Redmond. Gotta swing the bat now. That one behind him. That one gets away from the catcher, Bell, but no movement from the runner on first, Wallace, and it's 3-2 for Dylan Redmond. So full count from Matthew Spencer. The payoff pitch swung on and hit high in the air to center field. Charging in on it is Staub, and he makes the grab for out number 1.
Designated hitter number 1, Colby Reed.
Now the DH Colby Reed is 0 for 2 with a strikeout, a walk in game number 2. Trying to keep the line moving for Franklin. 4 already across this inning thanks to the Garrett DeHart 3-run blast earlier. And then a pick off over on Wallace, back in safely. That one is fouled straight back. 0-1. Spencer gets ahead 0-2 on the designated hitter Reed. Trying to come in from the bullpen, stop the big inning from Franklin. It's 0-2, 1 out, runner on first. Wallace fakes, steals in the dirt. Nothing happening. Bell keeps it in front of him, and it's 1-2. So 1-2 now from Spencer. And a half swing foul ball. Staying alive is Colby Reed. So still 1-2 for Colby Reed. Spencer delivers, and it's turned on down the left field line. That's down for a hit. It is bobbled in left field by Florida, and Wallace not advancing on the bobble, so nothing results from misplay in left field. And it's first and second with 1 out for Adam Taylor.
Catcher number 25, Adam Taylor.
It'll be a pinch runner for the DH, Colby Reed at first, and it's Danny Cross.
Daniel Cross.
So big spot for the senior Adam Taylor. His senior day here for Franklin. No bigger spot than this one for Adam Taylor. 1 out, runners on first and second. Tie ball game in the bottom of the 6th. That is in the dirt. No movement from the runners. 1-0. That one in the dirt, and it gets away from the catcher Bell, and both runners move up 90 feet, and it's 2-0. Runners at second and third. Molly read that one in the dirt after a couple opportunities earlier over at first to advance, and this time he takes his chances and is at third safely. So 2-0 for the catcher Taylor. Outside ball 3. See if they give Taylor the green light. The infield is in. Trying to cut down the run at home. 3-0 pitch from Spencer. In there, strike 1. Taking all the way there is Taylor. So 3-1 for Adam Taylor. That one skips away. Wallace heading home, and Wallace will score on the wild pitch to the Grizzlies lead. A 5-run 6th inning sees Franklin recapture the lead here, 10-9. And there's runners on the corners with 1 out, and a mound meeting and another pitching change for DePauw. The third pitcher this inning for the Tigers, so we'll step aside. New pitcher in the game for DePauw. It's number 12, Jack Murray, making his first pitching appearance of the season.
Baseman number 32, Luke Harmon.
And the 9-hole Luke Harmon in the box now with 1 out, runners on the corner, the left-hander. Murray trying to get out of this jam. Harmon shows bunt, pulls back, takes for strike 1. Both teams in the depths of their bullpen. Murray is making his first appearance. We'll see how many arms could follow him afterwards. It is just a 7th-inning game, so there's could just be 3 more outs for DePauw in the top of the 7th. Franklin down with at most 5 outs, at least 2. So then a bunt down the third baseline. They flip to the catcher, gets crossed coming home. So they cut down the suicide squeeze bunt attempt, and they keep a run off the board. Good defense from DePauw keeps it at 10-9. But the order flips over for A.J. Sanders.
Shortstop number 2, A.J. Sanders.
So 2 outs, 2 on for A.J. Sanders. And Sanders fouls the first pitch off.
Where's he at right now? Is he in court?
Not today. He got suspended for the rest of the year.
So he didn't get any of the credits for this semester.
The 0-1 pitch skips in the dirt, 1-1.
Oh, not from school. Oh, Mitch Burley. Fall off of Mitch Burley needs to be
So 1-1 from the lefty Murray. Swung on and fouled off. 1-2 for A.J. Sanders.
So that's a pretty. And he was a bodybuilder. Damn near.
Should I play basketball again? Bring him off.
Bit of a time there as Sanders fouled that off his foot. Check on him. It's 1-2 for A.J. Sanders.
1-point deficit. Trailing up by 4.
Runners on first and second. Murray trying to end this big inning from Franklin. And Sanders skies one into right field. Playable. And makes the grab is Danny Glimko. So that's out number 3. But the Grizzlies take the lead. 5 runs in the bottom of the 6 makes it 10-9. And Garrett D. Hart delivers a 3-run blast to tie it up. And we'll head into the top of the 7th where the Grizzlies try to close this one out. So Troy Smith stays on the mound for Franklin, as DePauw is down to their last 3 outs, and they have 8-9-1 due up in the top of the 7th. One-run ball game here in the top of the 7th. And the 1-0 pitch is hit to the third baseman Redmond, fielded cleanly, fired with a first 4 out, number 1. 2 outs left for DePauw. There is an arm throwing for Franklin in the bullpen, Sam Peck, who did throw in game 1. See if he is good enough to go here in game 2. See if the Grizzlies will need him. Smith on the mound. Throwing strikes, getting results so far. Starts off the 9-hole hitter, Eli Bell, and that's popped up right side. Wallace makes the grab at the fence of the first base dugout, and that's 2 down in the top of the 7th. So the top of the order comes up. Luis Florida hit a big fly his last time up. Or no, that was Cam Macon that did, sorry. Luis Florida is 1 for 4 with an RBI. And Smith outside fastball for strike 1. And Florida rips that down the first base line. That ball was fair. Florida rounds first, heading for second. DeHart gets it in quickly to hold them at second, and it's a 2-out double, keeps the game going for DePauw.
Second baseman number 3, Cam Macon.
Now it's Cam Macon, who his last time up did hit a big fly for a 3-run blast. And he's trying to drive in that run from second to tie this back up at 10. Smith with 2 outs on the mound. And hits it to third. Redmond backhands, fields, fires over to first. Out number 3. The Grizzlies come back in the bottom of the 6th for 5 runs to take this one 10-9. Troy Smith, in his first appearance for the Grizzlies, goes 2 1/3.